All right, going live in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Kim. I am the interim chair of the Cannabis Control Commission. I wanted to first start by welcoming members of the public, the media, my fellow commissioners and staff. Recognizing a quorum of the commissioners as present, I'm calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on Thursday, May 12th, 2022. Please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and all votes will be taken by roll call. So as many of you folks may know, the State Treasurer, Deborah Goldberg, appointed me to this role earlier this week. I'm so very grateful to her for entrusting me with this responsibility. My understanding is that the custom of these meetings was that the commissioners opened the meetings by making some opening statements, and I wanted to take this opportunity to continue that custom and say a few things before turning the floor over to my fellow commissioners. So first, I wanted to express my appreciation to commission staff and my fellow commissioners for their very warm welcome the past few days. And second, I did want to say that I am so thrilled to be part of this agency's work to ensure a safe and equitable industry, even if it is just for a short period of time. So finally, I did want to recognize and thank the initial Cannabis Control Commission commissioners, including Chairman Hoffman, who created a dynamic agency and set the foundation for a very successful industry. So with that said, I did want to turn the floor over to my fellow commissioners. Yes, historically we've gone in alphabetical order, so I will start with Commissioner Camargo. Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Chairwoman Kim. Thank you for joining us at the CCC, and welcome. I'm excited to work with you the next few months. I speak for myself, but I think my colleagues will agree that we are all excited for today's meeting because it allows us to move more applications through the process. That's the highlight every month, right? For our folks out in the community and our entrepreneurs who are working so hard to build their businesses. I also want to say kudos to our staff, to all of our staff who get us here every month. I also want to give a special shout out to the inaugural staff. I don't know you all, but you know who you are, and I think LinkedIn may know who you are. I also want to thank the inaugural commissioners who have now officially, all of them have passed on the baton. I want to thank former Chairman Hoffman for his time served here on the commission. And I look forward to the next phase of this industry with the rest of the leaders here at the CCC. I often say we can do more and we should do more when it comes to righting the wrongs related to this industry. Our legislators are still working on a few things. I'm hopeful that they will create a social equity fund, repair the host community agreement process, and allow for social consumption, all of which we have adopted policies here at the CCC. So thank you so much, and on to the next.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairwoman Kim. I will be brief. A lot has happened since our last meeting in April. We have a new Supreme Court justice. I turned a year older. The Senate unanimously passed a monumental cannabis bill that tackles, as Commissioner Camargo mentioned, host community agreements, the creation of a much needed and long awaited social equity fund, social consumption, and removing collateral consequences in the cannabis industry. So I wanted to start off by just extending my deepest gratitude to our counterparts in the Senate and also thanking the House in advance for their thoughtful consideration moving forward. And lastly, and absolutely not least, again, we're joined today by our new interim chairwoman, Sarah Kim. So today marks a significant moment for all of us as the 5 inaugural commissioners have now departed the Cannabis Control Commission. So I wanted to be sure to take a moment to thank each of them for their hard work, for their time, and the dedication that they put into lifting this industry in agency as well, and holding it up. I feel really fortunate to continue their legacy and to have worked with a number of them, and will continue to move the industry forward. And I look forward to working alongside you, Chairwoman Kim, and learning more about your experience, your prior experience, really laying the early groundwork around cannabis legalization.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chairwoman Kim, and like my fellow colleagues, I too want to welcome you to the Commission. We are grateful not only for your prior service to the Commonwealth, but for your current service, helping us to continue to safely and securely and equitably regulate the cannabis industry. So welcome aboard. We're excited to have you and look forward to working with you. I also want to thank the staff for their hard work to help us prepare and their hard work every day. And I just want to give special recognition to Noam Kamalo, Director of Investigations, and her team. And I'll talk more about that when we get to our provisional licenses, but I just wanted to give them special recognition this month. May is a month full of many different holidays and awareness, whether it's Mother's Day, mental health awareness, or Memorial Day honoring our veterans. And I just want to also give a special thanks to Representative Michael Soter, who, like myself, has met with veteran constituents and has listened to their concerns about barriers to access for veterans. And I just want to thank him for all his efforts currently in the legislature that he's doing to remove some of those barriers to access for our veterans. So thank you all. And again, welcome, Chairwoman Kim. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Finally, last but not least, Commissioner Stebbins.
It's great going last. Usually I can just say ditto and cover everything, but appreciate the comments from my colleagues. And of course, a special welcome and thank you to you, Madam Chair, for stepping into this appointment and quickly getting caught up to speed just a couple days in advance of your first meeting. I also want to extend my thanks to my fellow baseball fan, Chairman Hoffman, for his service and work in this commission during his tenure, and to the original commissioners for their great service. We, as it's been pointed out, we're transitioning to a new group of commissioners, and I want to express my thanks for their great work alongside our incredible CCC team to build a foundation for the oversight of this new industry. And now we have the chance to work with that team to continue to build on that success. Again, this week, I always like to thank the staff for helping us prepare for this meeting. And thank Savio Rodriguez for all the work he does to help me fulfill my obligations as secretary and get the meeting minutes prepared and into a final draft. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Yes.
I am remiss. I meant to also, and I glossed over my notes. I just also wanted to recognize Chairman Hoffman for all the work that he did to stand up this agency with the initial cohort of commissioners, and their institutional knowledge continues forward. And I just want to thank all of them and Chairman Hoffman for everything they did to get us into the position that we are today, to be able to continue to safely regulate this industry. So my oversight, but thank you very much for turning the floor back over.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So with those statements, I wanted to just give a brief outline of what folks can anticipate for the next few hours. So as usual, we'll next approve the minutes of the last meeting. We'll have the executive director's report, followed by approval of change of ownership applications. There are 8 of them. We'll be approving renewal applications, and there are 70 of those. We will be approving final license approvals. There are 14 of those. Now I realize now it sounds like it's a foregone conclusion, but you never know. So I wanted to make that clear. Finally, there are 2 job descriptions that we'll be looking at for 2 new positions. I will say that at different parts during the day-to-day, perhaps hour-and-a-half intervals, certainly at the end of each section, I'll ask folks if they want to take a brief break. And other than that, unless there are new business items anticipated unanticipated at the time the agenda was posted, we will then end the meeting. So with that said, I'd like to turn things over to the Executive Director, Mr. Collins.
Should we jump
no,
to
sorry.
minutes?
Oh, I need to do the approval of the minutes. Okay. So the next item before the Executive Director is approval of the minutes from the April 7th, 2022 meeting. Have the commissioners had an opportunity to review the minutes? Are there any questions or comments? Proposed amendments? I see a lot of shaking heads no. Okay. So I would seek a motion then to approve the minutes of the April 7th, 2022 meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It was Commissioner Concepcion who moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Stebbins seconds. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And myself, I'm going to abstain because I was not at the meeting. So the motion relative to the meeting of April 7th, 2022 passes with 4 in favor and 1 abstain. So thank you for that. And now we're turning to the Executive Director's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome, Madam Chair. Commissioners, good morning. I will start, as I always do, with a report relative to our data. And so just for, I guess, the group's edification, this is a report out from our licensing portal as well as other data sources. So there's a number of slides that we'll go through that gives some indication or context to the volume of work before our staff, but also I think some historical information that certainly compares things month over month, year over year, et cetera, which should demonstrate some progress in our licensing process. So the very first slide here is highlights. You'll see here that there's 7 applications awaiting their first review. These are applications that have just been filed with the Commission. We've not yet laid eyes upon them. This is within the norm, month to month. It normally takes us a matter of business days to get an initial review on an application, which is really a remarkable feat from our staff, that folks are not waiting in a queue for any extended period of time. There are 19 applications before you today for your consideration. Those applications are for provisional license. There's 33 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. From a process standpoint, once we have reviewed an application for the first time, first we classify it. Is it a priority applicant, an expedited applicant, or a general applicant? Then we do an initial review of the application to confirm that everything is in fact there for our consideration, that we can then deem it complete. More often than not, we do have to reopen applications, request additional information that might have been lacking or missing or insufficient. And we do give applicants multiple opportunities to supplement their initial applications. So those 33 have returned to the Commission and are awaiting a supplemental review. We do review every application anew once it's resubmitted. We go through it in its entirety to make sure that there aren't any other changes that might need to be reviewed or require additional information. So, and then lastly, we have 96,999 certified active patients with the medical use of marijuana program. So if there's any patient that would like to certify themselves today to get us over that 96,000 threshold into 97,000, that would certainly be a welcomed invitation to anyone that needs to finish that process. But I'd also use this as an advertisement. The process itself should be straightforward and simple. It's also largely automated today. So this first slide is a really high-level overview of the Mass Cannabis Industry Portal. I call out certain fields here for your information, if nothing else, just to identify where the workload really is for us. You'll see that 85% of that total 9,986 are actually not pending before the Commission. They're either in some combination of having been withdrawn, the applicant elected to remove that application from the queue, or they've not yet finished building it out. The 7,368 could be anywhere in a progress of filling out the application. In fact, there could be some folks just clicking through the application to see what it requires. They might also have begun the application process and realized, you know what, this might not be for me. I should move on, or frankly, I'm sure I have an application somewhere in there just testing the system. So those are not yet submitted to the commission. They remain incomplete and therefore not pending before us. Another 11% of applications have actually been approved and considered by this agency. And so they would still show up in our data, but you'll see that that makes about 96% of the total volume is not actually pending as work before the agency. The work is the 240 that are in fact pending, and that's really it. So I just don't want that information, the 9,986, to scare anybody or to be misleading, frankly. So I wanted to call your attention to that. Of those licenses that have been approved, this is a breakdown based on category. You'll see that the majority, 412, are that of a marijuana retailer, 330 for marijuana cultivator, 250 for marijuana product manufacturer. That does comprise your traditional supply chain. You'll also see that there's 20 independent testing labs that have been approved as a license. Now, again, this is a license. This does not offer distinction between provisional, final, or commence operations. This is total volume. This next slide is the stages. So again, as I mentioned, the provisional license, provisional approval, final license, and commence operations. The distinction I'll note of provisional approval versus provisional license is a provisional license is someone that has paid their fee. Provisional approval has been considered by the commission, by the 5 commissioners, and they've just not yet paid their license fee. That's the only distinction between those 2 categories. You'll see there's 43 final licenses as well as 404 entities that have commenced their operations. And so I call your attention to these data points that 32% of total licenses that have been approved have in fact opened their doors, and 42% remain in that provisional license phase. This is the workflow that our staff goes through primarily. As I noted, there's 7 that are waiting their initial review. They've submitted to the agency. A licensing specialist will open the application first, classify it, again, priority, expedited, or general, and then go through the fulsome review of the entirety of the application, all 3 substantive packets, the application of intent, management and operations profile, as well as background check. There's 193 that we've actually been through. We've reviewed them in their entirety and reopened them for additional information. 21 are awaiting a third-party response. In this context, the third-party response is the host community. So we'll issue a notice to the city or town within which the entity intends to be located, confirming whether or not they're compliant with local zoning and bylaws. We also have a third-party, another third-party response is in fact the background check. So we send that information out on any of the principals or managers or anyone that would have ownership or control interest in that application. So we're waiting for third-party responses on 21 applications. And again, there's 19 before you today for your consideration. This slide here does indicate on that classification process, I noted there's priority, expedited, and general. There's 2 classifications for priority: an existing medical marijuana treatment center that was functional and operational at the time they applied back in April of, I want to say 2018. There's also 115 entities that similarly in that same April timeframe were qualified as economic empowerment applicants. 115 applications, I should say, have utilized that status. And those are the folks that cut the line as soon as they apply. They go to the top of the queue. Expedited review is based on the right-hand side table, which is license type. I'm sure I'll forget one, but it's outdoor cultivation, micro businesses, independent testing labs, and again, I'm sure there's another one I'm forgetting. So you'll see that there's 526 that have utilized that. Also expedited our social equity program participants, disadvantaged business enterprises. Those are women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses specifically. And obviously some entities would qualify under more than one category as far as expedited applications. And the 605 applications have been general applicants or not qualified for either priority or expedited review. This slide here is one that I check in on a monthly basis and do try to call specific attention to. It does look at essentially our social equity or our social justice priority, our mission, and looks to identify progress primarily. And where are folks in the queue? Where are they in the process? What I often describe is that we want folks to work their way downward in this table here. So you'll see that 40.7% of our total applications that have been approved by the commission fall into one of these categories. Year over year, it's climbed steadily. At the same time, I want to be honest about this data. you'll see a large swath of this, probably the vast majority stop, or I shouldn't say stop, but they are concentrated in the pre-certification up to the provisional license phase, meaning their paperwork has been in order, the commission has considered them in some way, shape, or form, but they've not yet commenced their operations, nor do they have a final license. So in other words, they have not built out a facility, we've not laid eyes on a facility, and so we want to see them progress downward. So 40.7 as being a total volume is certainly a laudable number. We are proud of that information because it does represent people making progress in our system. At the same time, we want to see that concentration go downward. So again, just wanting to be honest about that information, where 40.7 is a good concentration, a good percentage of licenses. We do want to see them open their doors. This information, the next two slides, I believe, is demographics relative to marijuana establishment agents. These are the folks that work inside the facilities. It could be any number of positions. It could be someone working inside of a cultivation, product manufacturer, a lab and testing agent. It also could be a bud tender working inside a retail facility. Again, any role that would be plant touching would register as an agent. You'll see that 63.4% of total agents, or 12,863 individuals, would identify as male. Same information, about 14,166, or 69.9%, rounding up to 70, would identify as white. So that would leave you the conclusion that largely the workforce within this industry is comprised of white males. And these are the folks that work inside facilities. Again, they're agents that are employees of licensees. This slide here, the next two slides, are breakdown by county as far as total concentration of licenses. These are total licenses. These are not just open or commence operations. These are total issued, provisional, final, or commence operations. You'll see that a large concentration is hailing from Worcester County. Next most populous would be, as far as not populous population-wise, but instead license volume, would be Middlesex, followed by Hampden County. This slide here is retail facilities. So same data as far as regardless of license status, provisional, final, or commence operations. Again, you'll see that Worcester County has a large concentration, followed by Middlesex, and then Bristol County actually is number 3. So this slide here, I often describe as being data dense. That's a good thing. We often may describe it as a pizza tracker, ways to see your progress as you're in the oven on the way to hopefully up for delivery, which would be the commence operations. You, again, in this slide, you want to actually progress left to right. Instead of going downward, you want to go left to right. And so it does show you, based on license type, where folks are in the process. So rather than just give you a dense slide with no context, I do try to highlight some cells for your consideration. Craft marijuana cooperatives, we've had a few questions in the past several months about, is there a way to, is that license attractive? Is there something we should consider? You'll see here that there's 3 provisional licenses that have been issued. It requires Massachusetts residency. It requires some level of collaboration amongst the different locations potentially. It also requires that folks have a Schedule F tax return and be identified as farmers. Similarly, they have to follow the cooperative principles. So I think as a license type, there might be other licenses, including outdoor cultivation, that might just be more straightforward, more accessible, and as a result, potentially more attractive. I see Commissioner Concepcion has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Also, I should wait for the chairwoman to give me the go. So, all right, Sean, I had a few questions, and this compiles a few different slides.
Sure.
You talked about the demographics of the agents who are working throughout the industry. Do we have any information on those demographics in comparison to the state demographics? This is just my own curiosity and knowledge, but it would be good to have.
We would have it. I think those 2 data sets exist somewhere, so we could certainly manipulate or layer them in such a way that would be comparative. Sure.
That would be helpful. I'd be interested to see that. The other thing, and this is from another slide as well, when we went through the commence operations numbers around, who are the EE, economic empowerment, social equity, so on and so forth, it would be helpful to have that commence operations numbers and percentages in comparison to the total universe. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I see.
Okay, so that was just going through my head. I didn't want to stop you in the middle, but I know we're going a little bit quicker. My mind is kind of, you know, wanting to know that information that you might not have right now, but would be helpful.
I'm going
Commissioner,
to write it down so I don't forget, and I'm sure someone on our team is also jotting notes as well.
and I see that Commissioner Camargo has her hand up, but Commissioner Concepcion, I don't want to cut you off.
No,
have
that
more
was
questions.
everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman. I think I remind everyone that this is the only time that all 5 of us can talk every month. So it's a good time, but Commissioner Concepcion, thank you for bringing that up. I wrote it down in my notes and the executive director was flying through it, but thank you for bringing that up, because when he said almost 70% of our agents in this industry are white males, it just makes me think there's legislation that's on hold right now, right? That's going to possibly allow more folks to get into this industry. So how do we start looking at that? What are the numbers? How many economic empowerment letters that we give out, right? Who's active, who's not active. So thank you for bringing that up. I know that we're flying through this stuff, but it's key. So thank you.
Well, I don't want folks to think that we're flying through, so let's take the time and talk about this if we need to. So Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chairwoman Kim. I'm sure there's no way to do a forensic audit of diversity plans and PIP plans, but I'm wondering if our licensees are having a hard time attaining their goals based on that number, because we read every month that, you know, they voluntarily put percentages in of goals to attain, and it doesn't really seem reflective in that slide, Sean, that you shared with us, Mr. Executive Director. So I'm wondering if our licensees are having a hard time attaining their goals, and as a commission, what can we do about it? Or, you know, what kind of discussion can we have around it?
Good point.
So I thank you for the question. It's actually something that's been on my mind, and I obviously want to work with our team closely on it. As a baseline, it's important that we capture this data. It's important that we obtain this information when, and bearing in mind too, the agent registration process is managed by the employer. So the facility would be submitting the application on behalf of the individual. There's also a chance that, I'll use the example of someone who works in a cultivation facility. They might be trimming. They could be, I don't want to describe it as a transient employment network, but they oftentimes may bounce from facility to facility. And so there could be some duplication of data there as far as layering. I, as Sean Collins, may actually have an agent registration with 2 or 3 facilities. And so that could be a complication. At the same time, we have this information, we have unique identifiers to identify and to sort of extract out those dupes. The other thing I'd like to do, frankly, and I know that it's something that between Kyle Potvin, our Director of Licensing, as well as Yao GB, our Chief, that I know they think about in the renewal process is we have everybody's diversity plan. We have everybody's positive impact plan. We also have every facility's agent registration data. We can certainly compare them, but so can they as the licensee. And so a lot of applicants and entities have come in with a very aspirational goal. I think they state it to the commission, and you often scrutinize those goals. I think to your point, Commissioner Roy, and I've talked to other commissioners about this as well, how are you finding your goals? How are you advancing towards your goals? Are you meeting success? But if you're not, what are you doing to pivot? How are you going to reassess what success might look like? And they have the opportunity upon renewal to actually assess their progress toward that goal and make adjustments as might be appropriate or necessary. But we can also, and I hate to describe it this way, we could confront them with that data and say, you suggested you were going to have 25, 35, 40, 50% of your workforce identify as some combination of women, minority. Here's your information. It's 70% white male. So I guess I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. It's something we'd want to be very strategic about, but that is the benefit of the system we have built, is it provides information that we can extract with relative ease. And when I say relative ease, that's my description of it. I'm not the one extracting it, so I want to be mindful of the work that would go into that.
So I saw Commissioner Concepcion with her hand up.
Just a quick comment. Thank you, Sean. I think that it will be helpful to have that information, and I completely agree with Commissioner Roy. It is our job. You know, we talk about maintaining a safe and equitable industry, and this is one of those things. That was a major data point that you just shared that we need to kind of unravel to understand what's going on, and to also signify that there needs to be some assessment, both on our part and on the part of those who are working in this industry as well. So I would like some more information on that going forward.
Sure.
Commissioner Camargo, I know you had your hand up.
No, I'm good. I'm ditto on all my commissioners' comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I think my colleagues raised some great points. It is kind of diving into the numbers. It's also talking to the industry and finding out what challenges they're facing in terms of recruitment. Yeah, I'm going to make this comment a little bit later on when we talk about some of the renewals, but some of the strategies that our licensees are talking about aren't necessarily, just say, doable. So I saw through some of the renewals that they're beginning to pivot, which is great. If you find something isn't working, readjust your diversity or your positive impact plan. But I think much more work needs to be done. I'd like to drill down into these numbers, as Commissioner Concepcion pointed out, a little deeper and look at those duplications. Let's see what the real numbers are.
So, Mr. Collins, I guess it sounds like we're all in agreement on what we want. You know, I do want to work with folks in the industry. So one thing I was curious about was if we could see kind of how that number tracks over time. Like, does it seem to be getting better? I mean, I do want to give the industry credit, you know, to the extent that credit is due with their efforts, but then also recognizing their challenges. Like, are there things that we as a commission or an agency can do to, I don't know, help spur ideas and ways that folks can increase their diversity hiring? You know, I'm willing and interested in helping with that effort. So I look forward to continuing this discussion in additional months.
Thank you. So this is there's a number of slides that we've had historically. Will often, all of these slides are always going to be available in a monthly presentation. I often pull slides forward to present, and then always at the tail end of the presentation are other data sets that have been there historically. So I'm relieved that I pulled this forward in the past 2 months to just share. I also recently shared what motivated me was I was actually speaking at the NECAN conference recently. I forget exactly how long ago it was. And I realized that we feel a lot of pressure here at this agency relative to our equity goals and mission. We carry that mission every day in each of our departments, and we take a lot of responsibility and pride in doing that work, but also it's mission-based work. So for us, it's a lot of pressure too. And then we look at some of the industry data and think, well, we put pressure on ourselves. We should also make sure that it's a community-wide effort and that everybody's pulling their weight, so to speak. I think there's a few things. So we have this historical data, so we can absolutely look back for a number of years, probably since the beginning of the adult use program. Since we started collecting agent registration information, these have always been questions that we've asked. So we'll have that information back to early days. I want to bear in mind that the original entrants into this marketplace were legacy operators. They were in the medical program. And so that information at the early days may skew just based on that. This mission, this priority did not exist in the previous medical program. So there is risk there that the workforce would not have had that mission layered on top of it. It doesn't mean that this far into our adult use marketplace, you shouldn't see progress. You should, especially given the, I would say the plans and requirements and also the pressure that the commission has placed on licensees as far and the influence that the commission has exerted to try to get folks to aspire. And I think that's what those positive impact plans do. That's what those diversity plans do. And so you should see progress. But I think it's a worthwhile exercise to start to compare year over year what that data would look like. So again, we have it and we should do it. But I also realized that I wanted to, and I hate to describe it as confrontational, but I want to show this information. I think it is worthy of talking about. And what I often describe it as doing is holding a mirror up. That's what we're doing with data. We're holding a mirror up so folks can see what this industry looks like. So back to, actually, we can go back one more, Grace, thank you. So staying on this slide, you'll see there's 3 craft marijuana cooperatives, 7 Courier licenses, so those are the folks that would deliver on behalf of a retail transaction, or 7 that are operational today. We still have 10 independent testing labs that have commenced their operations, 6 provisional licenses that are working their way to full build out, hopefully to advance to final license. Some discussion coming later on testing and our capacity internally, wanting to build that out to make sure we're able to meet that demand as far as a role that I'd like to see created here at the agency. That I give Yao Gibi, our chief, a lot of credit for having a strong vision for how to supplement and build out those resources. 84 cultivators have commenced their operations. You see 182 are in the provisional phase. That's a pretty massive supply that could be on its way. It's also a pretty extensive build out process. It's timely, it's expensive. So that 182 as they advance to final license. It's a queue. I'm not sure when folks may be making their way to a final license, but just something to watch there for sure. You'll see 3 delivery operator licenses. As a reminder, that 3-year exclusivity period began on April 1st of this year. 3 operators, there's 15 provisional licenses. So that queue is building and advancing, but we want to see more folks make their way into that marketplace. 6 micro businesses are operational. 67 product manufacturers are operational. Another 134 in the provisional license queue. 219 retailers have opened their doors across Massachusetts. You'll see that there's 164 provisional licenses as well as 6 final licenses. So that's the retail marketplace and the potential for expansion in that. So again, this is a dense data slide, but it does give you a sense of what the market's shaping up to be. Before I get too far into this slide, I also wanted to react to or be responsive. So last month, Commissioner Roy had asked me for year-over-year information about that supply chain specifically. And so I have raw data. I'll admit I toyed with it a little bit. I wasn't too enamored with my own PowerPoint skills. So the visualizations were not up to my standard. As a result, you don't have it before you, but I wanted to give you at least some, I guess, verbally some information. I will present it next month to the commission in a much better visual. At the same time, you saw that there were, for instance, 84 marijuana cultivators have commenced their operations. This time last year, there were 47 that had commenced their operations. So that's growth of 37 new cultivators in a year's time. And again, this is May 2022 to May 2021, or vice versa, 2021 to 2022. This year, you saw that there's 67 product manufacturers that have commenced their operations. Last year at this time, there were 43, so that's growth of 24 new product manufacturers. Probably the most staggering number is 219 retailers. Last year this time, 131. So that's an increase of 88 new retailers over the course of the year. Significantly, going back to 2019, December of 2019, there were only 33 retailers in our marketplace. Today, again, 219, that's an increase of 186. From lab capacity standpoint, we have 10 that are operational today. Last year this time, there were 4. So staggering growth as far as the supply chain overall. The one compliment I want to be sure that I pay, certainly to industry for making these investments and being timely and aggressive in their build-outs, but also compliant, always compliant. But that compliance is monitored by our staff. It's monitored by investigators, compliance officers. It's monitored by enforcement counsel. It obviously takes a village, of course, but to see that growth represents a ton of work from this agency during, I want to be mindful, COVID. They've been balancing their own personal safety at all times, but also making sure that folks are able to not be held up in a licensing process, but they can in fact open their doors during sometimes the peak of COVID. So this industry has grown, this agency has operated, it's done so successfully, but I just want to make sure I call special attention to the work that our staff has done to see those folks open their doors, hopefully be successful, and at all times remain compliant. And again, I will put that information in a much prettier slide Again, bear with me as I navigate my own PowerPoint skills. I see Commissioner Roy may have a question.
Do I need to be okay? I just want to get recognized. So okay, they say with the camera, we got to do that. So thank you very much, Chairwoman Kim, and thank you, Executive Director Collins, for. Do you hear an echo? You guys hear an echo from me? You do.
Yes.
Okay.
It's gone. It's gone now. It's gone. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for sharing that information about supply chain, and it definitely demonstrates the upward trajectory of the industry in the Commonwealth. And hopefully, I see there's 8 in the previous slide research facility applications in the beginning process. So my hope is down the line, when we have this discussion, we will see them move along the queue and the research facilities go in an upward direction as well. So thank you very much for that important information.
Thank you. I can touch on the research piece. We have previously as well, but I think there's been a significant evolution in that application, primarily because the regulations have changed pretty dramatically, going from just a generic research license without a lot of limitations to now having a research facility that is first licensed and then a research plan that would then be approved through a different separate process. So hopefully those folks we reopened all the previous applications. We didn't harm anybody. We allowed them to stay in the queue. We honored their place in line, etc. I think some folks are realizing that research is more, especially research and development, primarily from a market standpoint, is more feasible and possible using your existing license, as long as you end up wasting that product as far as what it might, if it wouldn't otherwise be compliant. So I'm encouraged to see applications. We will dig into them. I think it remains to be seen. I think obviously some federal advancement could shake some of that activity loose, and Massachusetts is extremely well positioned in a national basis, a national market basis, to be, I hope, attractive for cannabis research, given our proximity to medical facilities and everything else. So, but that evolution, I think, has been largely a factor that has stalled some of that progress historically. So this slide here is a breakdown of cultivation between indoor and outdoor. You'll see that 68 have commenced their operations for indoor cultivation, 16 for outdoor, 3 final licenses for outdoor, as well as 19 provisional licenses. So there's a market there. There's obviously an interest there. We do know that outdoor cultivation in Massachusetts is a challenge as far as environmental concerns, as well as the seasons. So we want to make sure that folks are able to get harvests throughout the early, like now, for instance, and able to turn those outdoor grows. Indoor cultivation, we also know, is incredibly expensive, both from a build out as well as an operational standpoint. So it's a choice that folks are making, and it's interesting to see that breakdown. So that's why this that's why this slide was asked for a number of months ago, and we're happy to update it on a regular basis. This is a breakdown based on cultivation, regardless of indoor versus outdoor, based on tier. So we have 11 tiers starting at 0 to 5,000 square feet, excuse me, up to tier 11, which authorizes 100,000 square feet of canopy. Canopy is defined as the area that you grow plants in. So it's not the total square foot of the building, but instead those rooms as well as the areas that you grow in. In other words, if you grow on tables, we would measure the square foot of those tables. If you grow in racks, we would measure the total square footage of those racks. This, I call specific data to your attention just because I find it compelling. I had a hypothesis that folks would gravitate toward the large scale grows, that 100,000 square feet, or let's say 70,000 and up. The opposite has turned out to be true. I think it speaks to a number of things. Folks looking to scale, they want to grow over time. Also the initial investment that might be available as far as the cost of building out. So instead, about 60% of our licenses, or 58 to be precise, fall within the first 3 categories. And that 58% is actually the commence operations, not the total volume. And you'll see that the top 3 tiers, 9 through 11, represent about 13% of the total 84 that have commenced operations. And then lastly, 2 data points that are interesting. About 2.5 million square feet of canopy is authorized to grow here in Massachusetts, with another 5 million or so in a provisional license phase. So there's opportunity on the way.
Commissioner Camargo.
Mr. Executive Director, I see you're about to take a deep breath to go on to the next slide.
It's all right.
We'll take a deep breath back. This is just a random thought, obviously, because we get to sort of have these conversations. I'm curious about the bottom tier, right? That 13%. And this is not to become another slide. We could talk about this, off, but I'm curious if we're seeing more of the 58% that's local or micro businesses, and then compared to the 13%, are these multi-state operators? It's just a thought that I had. I'm really curious, but we can continue the conversation, but it would be interesting to see where they're at.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's something that one of the things that we tried to do very early on, once the medical program was migrated to our jurisdiction, was actually start to get a handle on what is total tier, what is total cultivation square footage. Oftentimes the medical program previously was based on a total annual output. That was your scale, so to speak. What was your total yield, which was oftentimes set by the licensee themselves. And so we really tried to work through, well, how much is actually being cultivated in Massachusetts? And so once we were able to get information into metric, that gave us some sense of scale. We also asked those medical licensees upon renewal, classify yourself based on tier, help us understand. And so I think this is all adult use, I should clarify. But it was interesting to see, you could guess, you could hypothesize, but you really didn't have raw data to prove anything. So we're collecting really good data now. So I think it's a great question to see how much is local. So for context, micro business would fall into the tier 1 category, but it'd be a separate license type altogether. So I should note that micro businesses are also growing in our supply chain as well, and by all accounts seem to be pretty successful. And I think consumers are also looking and seeking out some of those local licensees as well, which is a good sign.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Now I'll breathe. So this information here is relative to our medical program. As I noted earlier, there's 96,999 certified active patients. I'm sure if I went to the system now, hopefully there's 97,000. That said, in the supply chain right now, availability as far as access to medicine, there are 94 entities that have commenced their operations, 94 MTCs that is. So folks are still opening their doors as medical dispensaries here in Massachusetts. That's a good thing. Our marketplace has actually grown, which I know that was an early fear in other jurisdictions, was that the adult use market would actually cannibalize the medical market. That has not necessarily proven itself true. I think a singular factor that has contributed to our patient growth in particular was COVID. In fact, when adult use was declared non-essential, we saw a surge in patient registrations, but year over year, we're seeing those patients are renewing their certifications with the program. They're staying in the program. A number of things the commission has done, I think, that facilitates that is certainly access to telehealth and allowing folks to visit providers remotely, as well as the system enhancements we've put into our medical use of marijuana operating system that allows for this process to largely be automated, as well as fee-free. There are no fees to register with the medical use of marijuana program for patients. Previously, there had been a $50 registration fee. We have waived that, again, through regulation. The commission chose to do that. The difference between certified patients and certified active patients: a certified patient has a registration through a provider in our system. Certified active patients have gone in and finished filling out that paperwork. So it's a two-step process. The 96,999 have done that second step and actually registered, and we've issued them a registration card. You'll see there's also 7,907 active caregivers. And I noted last month that we have one physician's assistant that is registered with the program. That is a milestone. Certainly like to see that number trend upward, but frankly, we'd like to see all provider numbers trend upward. And that's it for data. So this might seem like a good place to stop for questions if there are any. If there's not, I can certainly move on.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much. I bring this up every meeting, but I will again. So there's 399 certified providers to provide care to 100,000 patients. So that's quite a disparity in ratio. So you mentioned the new form. Will that provide ease for registration for providers to become certified? And I'm just curious of the providers that are certified, how many belong to groups, I don't want to mention any by name, versus individual primary care physicians out in the community?
The best I could offer on the second question, so I guess I'll take them in the opposite order, is a yes. I would say the majority are probably comprised of groups or group practices. But that's a hypothesis. It's not, and it might be based on anecdote as opposed to any fact. So,
Right.
And I'm not sure how simple it would be to extract that information. So
Okay.
I will ask and bring back what I'm able, but be mindful. I guess I'll be mindful that the honest, candid answer is I'm not entirely sure. I can only offer you my best hypothesis.
Right.
As far as your first question, I will have I think a robust update for you, I believe in 2 slides. So, but thank you for teasing that. I think it is something has been in the works for some time. Our staff has done a lot of work to, I often say we don't accept paper applications. Our staff has proven that to be a lie. We have historically, in fact, accepted paper applications. I'm now proud to say that should be a thing of the past as well. So, but I will get to that, I think, in 2 slides from now. And it's an exciting development for me, and probably a little bit of an embarrassment too, that I was pretty cocky about that we don't accept paper applications, and turns out I should have probably shut up. So
Thank you.
So advancing into some updates, just wanting to peel the curtain back a little bit on the agency's operations a little bit, and obviously engage in any questions or comments or discussion you may have. I wanted to give you an update on a number of things. So these are pretty high level bullet points, but obviously each of them has a ton of work that went into it. So I want to first call your attention to the fact that I engaged alongside Commissioner Concepcion recently with our staff in discussions based on teams. We divided it up based on teams to make it a little bit more of a manageable conversation, but also to learn about how our team is faring in a remote environment. As a reminder, our agency is 100% remote still to this day. We do have folks that are in the field and a bit of a hybrid, so our investigators, compliance officers, but largely our agency is remote, and those investigators and compliance officers are doing a lot of work remotely as well. Things like virtual inspections, things like virtual interviews, paperwork reviews. So they've really adapted and I think migrated to a COVID environment successfully. As I noted before, that the supply chain across the industry has ballooned pretty aggressively. That's due in large part to the work that they've done. So in discussing with our staff how that's going, the desire was really to understand, how are you finding this remote environment? Is it functional for you? What are some of the concerns you would have with return to office? What are some of the opportunities that would be presented by return to office? And also, how do you function as a team? Is it highly collaborative? Is it independent work? And so we're really trying to reimagine our workplace, given the circumstances certainly of what COVID has, I think, allowed us to identify. I will confess, I was pretty rigid about returning to an office. I shouldn't say return to office, about remote work prior to COVID. I just always, maybe it was an old school mentality or something, but I was certainly, I didn't really like conference calls, never mind work from home. I give our staff a lot of credit for how they've managed in this environment, and also listening to them in the past few weeks as far as these discussions, the work they're doing, plus the work-life balance they've been able to strike, is really compelling to me. And it's also inspiring in some ways. It's motivational to me to try to aspire to strike a better work-life balance for myself. But I give our staff a lot of credit for managing all things that have been thrown at them. The agency itself has been wildly productive in this environment. So I just wanted to call your attention to the fact that those conversations are ongoing. I do not have a decision for you today as far as a specific date. Also want to acknowledge that some of our staff have been coming into the office, prepping the office for what a return would look like, evaluating the circumstances of the office to make sure that if there's a decision, when that would be, how we're able to do it as far as physical space, making sure that, you know, those workbench style desks that are in the investigator space were really modern at the time. They're probably the worst possible space for COVID, just given there's really not a lot of shield for much. We certainly have high ceilings. We also want to make sure that we're able to optimize the space in both Worcester and Boston. We do have a Boston office. We also want to be mindful of where people live and reside as far as their access to work. Knowing that COVID, but also being remote, has given them a lot of opportunity and flexibility for how they manage their own personal day. For instance, not being stuck in traffic for 2 hours means they have a collective 4 hours back with their family. And that's compelling to me as their employer. So again, I wanted to share that with you as far as that discussion is active, it's live, but I also want to give you feedback based on our staff, what they've provided, both Commissioner Concepcion and I. Again, I found the conversations to be really insightful for me. And I give our staff a lot of credit for the work that they've done throughout this period. So,
Commissioner Concepcion, you had your hand up.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Executive Director. First, for all the information you shared with us so far today, and also, for letting me kind of come in and us teaming up together for these really, really insightful conversations. I say this pretty often. I think we all share this perspective about the staff here at the Cannabis Control Commission. They are remarkable. They do a tremendous amount of work, and they have not stopped, regardless of any remote work, in-person work, whatever. They have been on the ground moving and pushing and making sure that we are still continuing to do everything possible to make sure that the industry continues. So I wanted to just give my gratitude and thanks for all the really, really insightful conversations that we've had. I feel like I've learned a lot from the different teams here. And selfishly, it was just really good to get in rooms and just see everyone's faces because, in a virtual environment, it's a little bit hard sometimes to get everyone together, but it was done in a way where we had these small conversations. So I want to thank everyone that joined us, all the considerations that were shared. And I also wanted to give a special thanks to the members of the working group for the Return to Office team. I happen to be a part of that working group, but also, Cedric Sinclair, our Chief of Communications, Paul Clark, our Chief Technology Officer, Erica White, our Chief People Officer, Alyssa Stack, our Chief Operations Officer, and I believe, I always say Adriana because I feel like she's in everything. So Sean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Adriana Leon is also a member of this group as well. And I just wanted to extend my gratitude to them and all the hard work, thoughtfulness, and consideration that they've been doing so far. This is an ongoing conversation. They've had lots of conversations. This is not the end, as our executive director has stated, but it was really, really insightful, thoughtful, and honest. And I look forward to our next steps and just talking more about what the future looks like for this agency as a whole. Thank you.
So thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you for joining me as well. I think it was a really productive conversation. It's also, to her point, it was, there's others that will certainly be coming. It's a conversation, and it really is a two-way conversation as far as what our employees are thinking, what their concerns are, and it's also an opportunity for us to share information with them as well. So that, in other words, there's no surprises. This isn't something that's going to be dropped on our staff. The last thing I want to do is send a Friday afternoon email that says report to the office on Monday. I think we've developed a different rapport in relationship with our staff, certainly, hopefully before COVID, but certainly throughout COVID, making sure that we're able to stay engaged and stay active with our communication, but also leaning on managers as well is an important element for me. They know their teams best. I want to make sure that they are in the position they are because they're leaders in this organization, and we want to rely upon their leadership to make this transition, whatever it may end up being, as seamless and as productive and successful as possible. So advancing here, I wanted to call your attention. There's some updates on the website. Our regulations have been updated. As well as you may recall, we've translated our regulations into Spanish and Portuguese first. We tried to look at the most commonly used languages in Massachusetts. We're also going to look at and probably survey some of our social equity program participants to find what other languages may be spoken that may just not be the most commonly used in Massachusetts, but trying to tie it to our industry as far as who may be interested and wanting to make sure our regulations are as approachable as possible. The reason I call your attention to this today is in the course of doing some of that work, a transcription error was identified in one of the suitability tables relative to product manufacturing, or I think it's micro businesses as well, which specifically looked at some of the felony convictions. The way it was transcribed was that it was an indefinite look back, when in reality, the vote of the commission was a 5-year look back. To my knowledge, and nobody has been excluded from the industry based on that. However, there's obviously, as folks reviewing the applications or reviewing our regulations, we want to be sure that no one may have self-excluded. No one may have looked at that and thought, I wouldn't be eligible therefore. So we're going to also take a serious look at how we can broadcast this information, share it broadly, and just raise awareness around suitability generally. And obviously this will be folded into that, but I wanted to call your attention to it specifically and note that I think one of the things that we're going to try to do a lot more is just make this information as approachable and accessible as possible. For certainly, I think the translations is a good example of some of those efforts, but we realize that not everybody's going to watch our meetings, as fascinating as we may be. They may not be drawn to some of this discussion, and also that we need to find people where they are and meet them there and make this information as accessible as possible. So just wanted you to be aware of that as well. Seeing no questions on that, I'll advance to guidance on direct and indirect control. As you know, this was on the commission's agenda. I want to say for April, we did put it out for public comment. So Chairman Hoffman and Commissioner Stebbins led a working group on this. They did draft a pretty comprehensive guidance document. It was released for public comment. That public comment period closed on the 2nd of May. The working group has that information. We received, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was 5 public comments or 5 comments in total. So while not a ton to go through, certainly some thoughtful comments were submitted, provided to the agency. The working group has that information. They'll be wrestling with that, reviewing it, and ultimately bring back a final guidance document for the commission's consideration at a forthcoming meeting. So wanted to just call your attention to that, but also alert the public that that project remains ongoing. The next item here, oh, Commissioner Camargo, I believe, has a question.
Thank you. The working group will, so I guess my question is more of a process question. So the working group will put something out for us to sort of read, and we'll incorporate those comments into the guidance, or how's that going to work?
So I would say it'll operate much like we did for hemp. The commission adopted, I should say adopted, the commission considered a draft document. We then released it for public comment. Receiving the public comment we did, what we brought back to the commission in that instance was the original version with a track change. That way you could see if and I'm not suggesting, and I think it's the working group's discretion so far up to this point, if they want to incorporate comments or offer clarification where necessary. So I don't want to suggest that every comment will be incorporated, but instead every comment will be reviewed and considered, and the working group will make a decision as to what their recommendation ultimately to the commission will be. So as far as I'm concerned, you should have access to all the comment that was received. You should also receive a track changes from that original version to see where any of the changes, clarifications, or updates were inserted. So that way you can see between the two documents. You'll also receive a clean final version that will ultimately provide you with this is what we're asking you to vote on. Mm-hmm. I don't know, Commissioner Stebbins, if you want to add anything to that too.
I have a follow-up when Commissioner Stebbins is done.
Yeah, no, that's accurate. Thank you.
Mr. Executive Director, I know we try to provide access to a lot of this stuff. I feel like this guidance document is so key. I mean, everything here is right when it's a guidance document. And I know that there was only 5 comments. I know we put it out. I know there was some outreach. I know community groups and folks out there were trying to, you know, send in comments. I'm curious, and this is sort of a conversation to move forward, is how do we engage more to be able to get more comments? Because 5 comments for a direct and indirect control guidance document to me is not enough, but I understand that we're going to do what we can with it, and obviously us commissioners are going to be able to read it and talk to our legal and, you know, talk to folks, but, you know, just encouraging. I know in the past, I think we did sort of like testimony. I know we were in person before, but also just thinking about the folks that may not have the ability to write comments or the capacity. You know, how do you submit comments for folks that may not have some of that accessibility or capability? So I'm just thinking through, because, you know, I want to make sure that we're engaging folks, but that also we have enough comments, because we're commissioners and we're running this agency, but none of us are on the ground running businesses. So it's just important that we have as many comments as we can from the industry.
Few thoughts. One, and I think this was mentioned last month as well, to get to the initial draft, stakeholder meetings were held in developing the initial draft. So it could be that folks felt like there was already contribution, maybe a comment wasn't necessary because my thoughts were included. And that stakeholder group was a diverse array of industry certainly including usual suspects as far as trade groups, but also individual licensees and folks that have also stepped forward. And again, it was led by both Chairman Hoffman and Commissioner Stebbins, but also some of our staff that have worked on things like changes of ownership and control specifically. So I think their expertise was brought based on what they've seen from other licensees. I don't want to suggest that that's in lieu of receiving additional comment, but it could be that some comment was already incorporated prior to. Secondly, it is something we are we evaluate probably in each and every instance as far as how we can share this information as widely as possible. I also will confess, I think direct and indirect control for me is something that is a little, and I don't know what the legal term for squishy is, but that's what it is. It's an issue that frankly this agency I think is we get a lot of questions on it. Would this trigger a control evaluation? Is this control? And I think that's where our staff have become they're the experts, frankly, at this point, because they've seen enough iterations where they're doing that analysis on a daily, regular basis. So
that's fair.
But I think the point is well made and something that I think we are constantly reflecting on. How can we be more approachable? And the same thing I raised as far as the regulations as well. Those are official, they're legal, but they can often be dense and sometimes unapproachable.
No, thank you. I appreciate it, and I hear you, and let's keep moving. But thank you.
Fair enough. So two other items I wanted to call your attention to, and I promise not to blow through them, but I wanted to call your attention and specifically update you that we've recently executed or in the process of executing the vendor contract for the social equity program, which will obviously impact the ongoing work of the third cohort. So Greenlight Business Solutions LLC is the selected vendor. We're in the process of executing all the financial and all of the contractual language with them right now, as recently as yesterday. And so we're excited to have them on board, to work with them, but also to have them engage directly with our program participants to build out, expand some of the curriculum offerings that are already available to the third cohort and obviously future cohorts as well. So that's been a process that's been iterative. It's been a growth for us. Obviously, the access to that program has exploded as far as membership and participants, which is really exciting. And we want to make sure that that's of service to them heading into the summer months, of course, as they really engage in that coursework. So wanted to make sure you were aware of that and that development as recently as of yesterday. Secondly, and this is something that I think Commissioner Roy may have a question. Sorry.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Executive Director. For those that don't know, can you just briefly list some of those services that are provided by these vendors to help assist our social equity participants?
I can do my best. I think primarily here, it's the programming is primarily the coursework itself. So think of it like a cannabis industry 101 level introduction to things like cultivation, product manufacturing. What is cannabis? And obviously folks are able, we try to meet them again where they are as far as their own intellectual curiosity, as well as the track that they're specifically trying to get into. Other things we try to offer are, there's some folks that have identified that they're willing to provide pro bono services. So accountants and lawyers and things like that, we do provide a list. Obviously, we're very careful. We cannot speak to their quality. We're not endorsing anybody, but these are folks that have made themselves available. And then we also have a number of staff that are available during the licensing process as far as walking through guidance documents. And so our staff are really hands-on as well. We're not consultants. We're not advisors to these businesses. At the same time, that technical assistance is, again, I think it speaks back to the spirit of approachability and accessibility. How can we demystify and destigmatize some of this process for folks? But the work that Greenlight Business Solutions would be doing specifically is on the coursework and curriculum inside of the learning management system.
Just
Commissioner Roy.
Just to follow up on that, do we know what percentage of our social equity participants do take advantage of these courses and services?
I don't have a specific number for you offhand. I would hope it's certainly close to the 100% and yeah, in that realm, but 100% have access to it. I don't know the system itself, I'm not sure whether intuitively, if it can give you a sense of how many folks have clicked into this or how many folks have completed this coursework. But certainly everybody has access to it. And it's also, again, based on track. It might be relevant for some or not for others. As far as I'm an ancillary business, I'm not really worried about necessarily the retail side. I'm an HVAC specialist that wants to get into cultivation facilities. So I want to therefore understand cannabis and cultivation specifically. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Mr. Executive Director, will you at some point, I know next month is June, will you give us an update in terms of where we're at for social equity programming for the next cohort, or is that a little bit down the line? Is it too soon?
I don't know. It might be a little too soon, but what I'll do actually, and I don't know that it's incumbent upon me to provide you an update. I may have some of the folks from that program come forward and engage the commission. I think you probably want to talk to them. And also I think hear from them as, again, leaders in this organization too. So certainly starting with Cedric Sinclair and Kevin Sibley, our director. So I'll find out. I'm not sure how close we would be to opening up, say, cohort 4, but I suspect we probably could be in good shape.
Okay, yeah, and I'll just remind us as a commission that I do have a tabled motion around the city of Lawrence. So it is something that is still at the forefront, I know, for all of us. And when I think about the social equity program and us moving into it and those that we haven't provided access to, it's just a reminder. And I know we're working on the other groups that we're working on. So just, you know, putting it out there.
And just to continue, Commissioner Roy, your question as far as other coursework, I pulled a list, so I was trying to work in the background a little bit. So thank you for your patience as I mysteriously work between screens here. Management, recruitment and employee trainings, accounting and sales forecasting, tax prediction, legal compliance, business plan creation, best practices in industry, raising funds and capital. So really trying to give folks a litany of, and I think that primarily speaks to the entrepreneur side as well. If you had a dream to open a business, these are things you'd want to be sensitive to. So Greenlight's going to specifically work on coursework and curriculum relative to those things. So I also want to credit, I think commissioners in the past have been a valuable resource, and also something that the commission has cared a great deal about historically and recently, especially in light of delivery operators and delivery couriers entering the market, is predatory practices and trying to develop curriculum for SEP program participants, specifically around what to look for, what to watch for, and what to be vigilant about. And so they'll be building out coursework for that, which does not currently exist. So that's an expansion that that unfortunately we have to provide, but we will provide.
Thank you.
And so the final bullet on this slide is just information that our licensing staff shared with me, and I found it to be really compelling. And so credit obviously to Kyle Potvin, Derek, our licensing analyst, as well as Adriana, our CFO, as well as JD Software. They've been able to, one of the things we think a lot about is certainly what we spend on social equity programming and the money that we invest in things like vendor procurements and actual curriculum and things like that. But a data point that I was curious about and that they piqued my interest in when they shared it was money that we've not raised or money that's not come to the Commonwealth because the commission through policy, through regulation, has chosen and elected to waive certain license fees. That is obviously value. That's value to the business that they're not having to spend. It's not one of those burdens or one of those hurdles that they have to overcome. It's not money that they have to shell out, so to speak, and that hopefully they're able to reinvest or keep as far as capital, working capital. So for the program to date, so the life of this program, the commission has waived or in fact paid fees totaling $1.1 million. And the breakdown that I'll offer you, and I apologize for not having a slide. I just thought it was compelling enough that I wanted to share it with you. And I don't know how simple it would be to pull on a regular basis because it is a bit of a group project. The folks that I thanked are the folks that I think put their head together to ask that exact question. are application fees that are non-delivery. So these are application fees for, say, DBE, social equity, or economic empowerment applicants, is about $633,000. And that's programmed to date. So that's beginning, let's say, April 2018 through now, when we've actually started taking applications. Delivery fees that have been waived total $539,000. And that's a much shorter window as far as moment in time. And then, as you may recall, we also pay the monthly metric fees for a certain subset of licensees. And that's I think it's like $40 or $50 a month access fee. That's cost the Commonwealth, cost the commission $22,280. So that's the grand total of the 1.195 million. And now, again, it's not an earth-shattering number, but that means that folks that we support, folks that we certainly root for as far as their success in this industry, the Commonwealth has either foregone those fees or in fact spent money on their success. So I just thought it was compelling, especially comparing it to, we often assess our investment as being how much money we spend. And here, I think I just want to call your attention to that as being, it's not a complete picture necessarily, so. I think Commissioner Roy may have a question.
Oh, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. I just have a question about the Scp vendor contract, because that is also an ancillary benefit, and I don't know if you're able to monetize how much that contract is, that we avail those services and they are accessible. So I don't know if you know there's a value with that, value it.
There is. I could get it for you momentarily, but I think the budget available was about $300,000.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It's going to be depending on their level of activity as far as which fiscal year it falls into. So I think total value, I should say. And I should also note, and I'm sorry that I didn't, but the vendor themselves is actually minority-owned business as well.
Okay.
So we do often scrutinize our procurements and ensure that we're trying to solicit a diverse subset of vendors as well. And certainly that adds to our excitement for having them on board. So.
Thank you.
And again, thanks to our team for leading that effort as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Mr. Roy, you previously asked, like I said, if there's any other questions, sorry. I looked down and
It's okay.
Yes, Commissioner Camargo?
Mr. Executive Director, it's more of a comment. It's more of a comment. One, thank you for putting that information together. I think it's the first time that we probably hear it. Maybe, unless I'm having a moment. But I think maybe, maybe giving that information to us every 6 months or, would be very helpful. And I know we just mentioned having our social equity team presenting at some point. I think it'll be very key for maybe just even a breakdown of all those services or all the fees that we're waiving. I think it's also just good for us to have. I think that we always talk about the benefits of social equity. We're talking to folks in the community. So I think it's really good to have that as a cheat sheet to really understand what is incorporated in that 1.19 or something million dollars we have waived. So it's good to hear. And I hope that number goes up more. So, but it's good to hear. So congrats on all that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a great cycle to get into, and obviously I want to credit our staff with, I think, first asking themselves that question of there's data here. What can it tell us? I also think the reason I think it's compelling too is that it's the policies that the commission considered at one point coming true and being effective and really demonstrating that that's $1.1 million that in some way, shape, or form has been available to businesses that they don't otherwise have to raise, they don't otherwise have to spend. And again, whether they keep it as working capital or they reinvest it into the business, it's money they're not spending to us. And I'd also argue that from a operational standpoint, I know our staff is there's oftentimes, especially the DBE process or the economic empowerment process, our staff looks forward to working with them and engaging them directly, and actually sometimes informing them, no, there actually is no fee for that. So it's compelling for our staff as well, and I think it's just a good reminder that these policies have impact. So the last item I have before you for an update, actually I should say there's 2 more slides. This one is something Commissioner Roy touched on earlier, and I did mention that while I was proud to brag that we didn't accept paper applications, I have to confess that we did, which is that the application for healthcare providers to register with the medical use of marijuana program up until now had been paper-based. And I think I don't want to saddle that paper application with being the only reason that perhaps providers were not applying to the program, but it certainly didn't help when we either had to have folks print off an application or mail one out to them. It just created that layer of bureaucracy that could be proving daunting. So with that in mind, our staff took some initiative, and I think really tried to have this process meet our other processes around the agency. So we will post an application to our website. The form can be sent right into our licensing staff and be managed by our licensing staff. There are process folks, agent registrations, license applications, changes of name, location, ownership, etc. They are systems based. They are our process folks that just bring efficiency to just about everything that they do. And that will eliminate a paper application and reduce those steps that might be necessary to register. So our goal is to minimize the burden, minimize the process, so much so that we can streamline just about everything. And I think that tends to be our MO. That's our history. And I will use as I think the shining example of that is our patient registration process. There were times I would unfortunately have to report to you that we're bringing in temporary staff to try to knock down that queue. At this point, I think the longest application we would have is probably a week old at most, but it's a credit to our team and a credit to our systems and their investment of energy and resources into both of those things to make sure that's a process that is efficient, complete, and again, accessible, especially to patients, and now wanting to meet providers in the same location. So I hope this encourages more folks to register with our program. And the final update for you this morning, for me at least, is a little hot off the press. So the Senate released their budget, I want to say just yesterday, maybe the days are merging, so it could have been Tuesday. I think it might have been Tuesday, actually. So before you was an update on that, as well as closing out the House budget process. You'll see that our operational request, so line items 1070, 0840, as well as 0842, are fully funded at our request by both the House and the Senate. So we're certainly grateful for that support. You'll see that public awareness, despite the $1 million request, was not funded by the House final budget or the Senate Ways and Means proposal. It does not mean that that's the end of the road for that. At the same time, I do want to just reiterate that this has been a process for us. We're certainly used to going through each phase of the budget process. This is a request. We did ask for our budget to be expanded, and we're grateful for the support that was met by both, so far at least, the House and the Senate on those operational accounts. So we're not spending the money just yet. We want to be mindful that there's still some steps to go. At the same time, again, just grateful for the team, as well as the work the commissioners have done in engaging the legislature, advocating for this need, also advocating for the work of the agency, the work that not just that we've done, but the work that we're capable of doing with this expanded support. So, and obviously the team has done a good job in demonstrating a high degree of competence, as well as a high degree of skill that makes it, I hope, an easy investment for the powers that be at the State House to support our needs. So just wanted to make sure you had that update, again, as it's a development as of Tuesday of this week. I know I said I was done, but I'm not. There's 2 more slides, so I'm sorry. It's been a morning. So hiring update, there's 2 slides. One is the work we've done in the past, let's say, month or so. We've onboarded 2 folks. I'm also pleased to inform you that these are actually internal folks that have been promoted within the agency. So we always like to see folks stay with us. We like to see folks climb with us and find a career ladder here. and we're proud to have them on board. So our budget director, as well as a project manager for Yao Jibi's team in investigations and enforcement. So that would be May and Mercedes are both promoted into those respective roles. Manager of Government Affairs and Policy has been identified, has accepted an offer and will be onboarding shortly. So we're excited to welcome someone into that role and expand. Matt Giancola's team in the Government Affairs and Policy realm. We're in the process of identifying a final candidate for the multimedia content producer role to fall into Cedric Sinclair's team in the communications, as well as under the leadership of Mary Alice Curley. And we're interviewing right now for data manager, project coordinator within the investigations and enforcement team, as well as licensing specialist for Kyle Potvin's team. So we are actively hiring and we're actively building out teams across the agency. And with that in mind, never mind hiring, we're actively recruiting. So let me call your attention to a number of roles that I would encourage anyone to review. If you think you know somebody, you think you may be qualified yourself, please come one, come all. We are a great group to work with. We look forward to working with you. So we're hiring for a paralegal. That position closes on May 16th. Hiring for a copywriter. That position closes on May 27th. We're adding to the ranks of Associate General Counsel to join that team on May 31st. That position closes. And then lastly, we are hiring for investigator. And I will note that is plural, investigators. On June 3rd is the deadline for that. The reason we're leaving it open so long is because of the volume. Certainly we're looking to bring in a cohort of investigators to add to that team. And so we want to make sure that we're able to give folks enough time to consider whether or not that's a role they want to engage in, but also to give us enough time to hopefully process what we hope are a large volume of applications for that role. That is a really dynamic role here at the agency. All of them are, to be honest. And we look forward to recruiting in the months to come and hopefully adding to our ranks. So, and again, the support that the legislature has shown us historically is what makes this possible as well. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Commissioner Camargo.
Mr. Executive Director, thank you so much for this. I know that the slide before we talked a little bit about our budget for the next fiscal year. Are we expecting a presentation next month in terms of where we're at with our spending? What's the plan to get whatever resources the commission needs before we close our books on June 30th?
So I guess I'm not sure if June would be the right meeting for that. So while the fiscal year, so I hear your point, which is that we need to close our books on one fiscal year. I don't know that while the operationals, we wouldn't be able to spend beyond June 30. We would be able to close books as far as invoices that would be received, equipment that would be received. So formally the books close for the Commonwealth, I want to say it's in October. So sometime between then, I think absolutely the question's fair. And again, I would probably want to make sure that you're able to hear directly from our CFAO and her work that she's done as far as managing that, but also probably meet the budget director as well now that she's on board. So yes, is the answer. I'm just not sure which month it would be most beneficial or complete.
Okay, yep, whenever. I guess I just definitely, as you know, I'm the treasurer and I've been trying to stay on our budget and our spending and what we're doing and you know, making sure we're fiscally responsible, obviously. So just want to make sure that we have some kind of presentation or something coming from you all. I know we do it in the past, but want to start planning for that.
Yep, I think that would be our intention, and I will consult with Adriana as far as what the most appropriate date for that would be, where she would have all the information for you to consider. And I do know as well, and thank you for the reminder that you as treasurer, I think, have ready access to that information throughout, as do I think every and all commissioners, but I think also for the public's information as far as transparency's sake as well.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I promise that's my last slide, I think. I hope.
Great, thank you, Mr. Collins, appreciate that. So we've been going for about an hour and a half now, and I'm wondering if folks need to take maybe a 10-minute break. Okay, it looks like yes. So I guess I would seek a motion for a recess.
So moved.
This time I'll give the motion to Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Concepcion, seconds. Any questions, objections? Hopefully not. Hearing none. Roll call vote. Commissioner, I'll start backwards. Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and myself, aye. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. 11:40. Great, thank you. Great. 11:40, and we are all back. And Mr. Potvin has joined us. Welcome. So the next item on the agenda are staff recommendations relative to changes of ownership. We have 8 requested changes before us for our consideration today. Before we dive in and hear from Mr. Potvin, I wanted to ask any of the commissioners if they had any conditions that they wanted to add in conjunction with these approvals. I see Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Kim. I have a blanket condition that I have put forth in front of the commission in previous meetings. Would you like me to read my conditions at this time or to hold off?
It's a blanket for all of them. Yes.
It is yes, it is a blanket condition for all change of ownership before the commission today.
Yeah, why don't you, if you don't mind?
Sure. It has to do with diversity plans and positive impact plans. To help ensure compliance with 500-1045 and 501-1045, it is required that an update be provided to the commission within 5 days of any changes, modification, or implementation issues by new ownership of prior ownership's commission-approved diversity plan and/or positive impact plan, including but not limited to goals, programs, measurements, and accountability.
Any questions or comments from other commissioners regarding the condition, the blanket condition? Appears to be none. So with that, Mr. Kyle Potvin, the Commissioner's Director of Licensing, will be leading us through our licensing activities today, starting with a proposed change of ownership. Excuse me. The first one is for Apothca Incorporated. Mr. Potvin, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good morning, Commission.
Good morning.
The licensee here is Apothca Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and 3 medical marijuana treatment center licenses. They're requesting to add 2 individuals and 2 entities to those 5 licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Any questions or comments from commissioners for Mr. Potvin regarding Apothca Inc? Okay, hearing none, I seek then a motion to approve the application for change of ownership for Apothca Inc. with the proposed conditions, including the blanket condition offered by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Stebbins seconds. Thank you. Any further last questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion, our roll call vote. We'll go reverse alphabetical order. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Myself, I abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the change of ownership was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstaining. Thank you. With that, we move on to the next applicant, Coyote Cannabis Corporation.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hoffman?
Thank you. The licensee here is Coyote Cannabis Corporation. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They're seeking to and proposing to add 4 individuals and 3 entities to those 2 licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend a review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Questions, comments, discussion from the commissioners? Seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Coyote Cannabis Corporation, subject to the conditions, including the blanket condition proposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion is made by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
myself, I will be abstaining. So please let the record show that the commission approved the change of ownership for Coyote Cannabis Corporation, subject to the blanket condition proposed by Commissioner Roy, 4 approvals and 1 abstention. Thank you. So the next applicant, Mr. Potvin, is Deep Roots Incorporated.
Thank you. The licensee here is Deep Roots Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They're requesting to add 1 individual to this license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Potvin? Seeing none, I would seek a motion then to approve the change of ownership for Deep Roots Incorporated, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a motion made by Commissioner Stebbins? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye. Can you guys hear the construction in the background? Okay.
No.
Nope.
Great. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And myself, I will abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the change of ownership for Deep Roots Incorporated, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy, has been approved. 4 votes in favor and 1 abstention. So the next change of ownership is for Hudson Growers Alliance LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The licensee here is Hudson Growers Alliance LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They're requesting to add 1 individual to that license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Potvin on this application? Hearing none, I would seek a motion then to approve the change of ownership for Hudson Growers Alliance, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any final questions or comments, discussion? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and myself, I will abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the change of ownership for Hudson Growers Alliance LLC has been excuse me, approved, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission. 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you. The next application is New Dia LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The licensee here is New Dia LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They are proposing to add 8 individuals and 9 entities to that license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, requests that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
I see Commissioner Roy has her hand up.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kim. I have an additional condition on this licensee. For New Dia LLC, MRN 281269. Upon change of ownership, the licensee needs to ensure compliance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 4A, XXIX, and the associated regulations, 935 CMR 500, 105, 4B, prohibiting advertising, including billboards that incorporates cartoons or like images that appeal to a person less than 21 years of age.
Any questions or comments for either Mr. Potvin or comments on the conditions specifically for pertaining to New Dia from any of the other commissioners? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for New Dia LLC, subject to the conditions placed by the commission, including the blanket condition and the specific conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion? No. Yes, Commissioner Camargo, are you
Sure.
moving? Or do you have a question?
I have a question, actually,
Sure.
before we go into the motion. Commissioner Roy, can you just explain your condition around New Dia and the marketing as to why?
If in the change of ownership report that we received, it's being change of ownership with an MSO, that there's been some pushback in other states as enumerated in the report about incorporating marketing that would appeal to persons less than 21 years of age, which has also occurred in the Commonwealth. I've received numerous calls about billboard. This condition has been thoroughly vetted by our legal team as well as the executive director. So this is just saying we're aware of this, and we want you to know we are paying attention to this, of any kind of advertising or marketing that would appeal to persons younger than 21 years of age.
And in this condition, this is specifically just for New Dia.
This condition is based on, yes, it is for New Dia, and based on advertising, past practices of advertising.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay. Hearing none, then I guess I will then again seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for New Dia LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, specifically the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy, and then the condition just articulated pertaining to marketing. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any final questions or comments, discussion by commissioners? Okay, hearing none on the motion, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and myself, I abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the change of ownership application for New Dia LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition and the marketing related condition both imposed by Commissioner Roy, has passed 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So the next application is Pharmacanis Massachusetts Inc. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you. The licensee here is Pharmacanis Massachusetts Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They're requesting to add 2 individuals to that license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Any questions or comments from commissioners regarding this application? Hearing none, I would seek then a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Pharmacanis Massachusetts Inc., subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including specifically the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any last questions or comments? Discussion? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and myself abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the change of ownership application for Pharmacanis Massachusetts Inc., subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy, has passed 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. The next applicant on our list is Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you. The licensee here is Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They are requesting to add 2 individuals to those licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Questions or comments, discussion? Commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and myself, I abstain. So please let the record show that the motion for change of ownership for Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy, has passed 4 in favor and 1 abstention. And the next and last applicant for change of ownership is Wiseacre Farm. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you. The licensee here is Wiseacre Farm Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They're requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity to that 1 license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Any questions, comments, discussion from commissioners? Hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Wise Acre Farm Incorporated, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any last questions, comments, discussion from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
myself abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the change of ownership application for Wise Acre Farm, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including the blanket condition imposed by Commissioner Roy, has passed 4 votes in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you. Okay, so that then concludes the change of ownership. Is that correct, Mr. Putnam?
That is correct, Madam Chairwoman.
Terrific. So now we would advance to staff recommendations on renewals. And as I understand it, these renewals are normally handled in separate batches. These renewals include 65 adult use renewals and 5 medical renewals. So before we dive into the issues listed in the agenda, are there any general comments from commissioners? I believe Commissioner Stebbins had indicated he was had some comments, and I see Commissioner Camargo will also have some comments. So Commissioner Camargo, since you raised your hand, would you like to go first?
Sure. I actually think Commissioner Stebbins raised his hand, but I'm gonna bully him and just go first. Chairwoman, thank you so much. We have to have a little bit of fun here. So I just want to quickly, folks know I've been reviewing renewals for about a year now. And I think this is a good segue to introduce Commissioner Stebbins and his comments today. I just want to thank our renewal team, Annie, Sarah, Jamie, Kyle, who met with us this month. And just so the public knows, Commissioner Stebbins and I met with our team. We talk about the renewals, what's happening, where do we see the growth, where do we actually see the outcomes of our diversity plans and positive impact plans. So we learn a lot from renewals, and it's really good it's just great to review them. I like the renewals. But I wanted to give a few shout outs to folks that are renewing out of our 70 renewals, just to give folks a estimated. There's about $115,000 that went back into the community, whether in donations or in goods. I'm sure they're not counting staff volunteer hours, but I want to just bring that sort of data point to folks. And then I want to give a quick shout out to Bud Goods. They've done a great job fair. Their numbers have increased in around their diversity plan. Cypress Leicester, I think it is. I want to give them a shout out. They've been supporting local minority artists by displaying their artwork at their location. So I think it's a great way to bring local artists to some of these dispensaries. Folks have a lot of walls and cultivation sites and so on. EOS Bittersweet, they've surpassed their diversity goals. Good job. Frozen 4 Corporation made a few donations to different organizations. They diversified their donation stream, so that was really good to see. Garden Wonders, they've been working with a social equity applicant on their business development, and another business owner, entrepreneur who's looking to open up in Holyoke. So thank you for providing that mentorship. JBAM, they've been using a women-owned payroll services. So when we talk about vendors and how to be creative in using some of the vendors, it's nice to see that folks are pointing that out. Hamaco, I'm saying that right, or Jamaco. They've made some donations to homeless shelters throughout their renewal process, so it's good to see. Nature's Remedies has also diversified their donation stream in terms of giving a little bit to more organizations. And then Life Essence, I want to really point this one out because they've rebranded and remodeled some of their infrastructure, and it was about a $200 project. And from that $200,000, about 35% was paid to a certified minority vendor. So again, there's different ways to include vendors in this process, and having this licensee do that is just nice. And thank you for pointing it out. And Chairwoman, this is those are my comments. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I greatly appreciated the chance to join with Commissioner Camargo and Director Potvin and the team at the licensing division. I want to point out two licensees. DM Land is growing, and now 85% of their employees met one of the Commission's diversity categories. Secondly, Old Planters of Cape Ann announced that 25% of their employees came from the targeted communities and populations that they highlighted in their positive impact plan. Hopefully these goals are the floor and not the ceiling, and that all of our licensees, especially those seeking renewal, continue to focus on those goals and trying to surpass them every step of the way. I'd also encourage our renewals to be mindful of your license renewals and to proofread some of those documents that you share. I'm not trying to be the grammar police, but appreciate, obviously this is an important step in the life cycle of one of our cannabis licensees. One of our renewals was willing to point out a particular challenge that they face, and I've raised this during some of our previous discussions, especially around provisional licenses. Any applicant who says that they plan to work with the state's mass hire offices to recruit and hire new employees, I would encourage you to first confirm that arrangement before making it part of your application. So we don't want to see anybody run into any snags or difficulties. So I'd put that word of advice out there to both provisional applicants and folks going through the early part of the stages, but certainly appreciate that one of our renewals acknowledged that challenge and at the same time was pivoting their plan to make sure they're meeting their recruitment needs. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the chance to just kind of offer some comments.
Thank you. And Commissioner Camargo, again?
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I don't know if I said this in the beginning, but thank you so much for taking an interest in renewals and just being part of the meeting and just being a colleague and being able to bounce ideas and questions about renewals and what does this look like. And I think it's important. So thank you for crossing over to renewals.
Thank you for inviting me, and I'll forget that you bullied me at today's meeting. So that's good.
That was out of love,
Any other comments from commissioners? Right, seeing none, I guess at this time I invite Mr. Potvin to introduce the applications for renewals.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. As you previously stated, there's 65 adult use licenses that are before you for consideration and 5 medical marijuana treatment center licenses up for renewal consideration. All of the licensees have demonstrated and provided all the required documentation for their renewals and paid their applicable annual license fee. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend all 70 for approval, subject to any additional conditions that you may see fit.
I'm not aware of any conditions that commissioners wanted to impose, but if I'm wrong on that, please invite any of the commissioners to speak up. Okay, hearing none, then I guess in light of the kind of custom to break things up, I guess I would propose then 2 motions. One, to first approve the roster of recreational marijuana renewal applications, and then the second would be the medical. Does that sound good to commissioners? Okay, I see thumbs up and nodding. Okay, great. Then I guess if there's no further comments or questions from commissioners, I would seek a motion to approve the proposed roster of recreational marijuana renewals. It's applicants numbered 1 through 65 on the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any final questions or comments, discussions on these applicants? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and myself, I abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the applications for renewals for recreational marijuana applicants numbered 1 through 65 on the agenda has been approved, 4 votes in favor, 1 abstention. So then next I would seek a motion to approve the proposed, seek a motion to approve the applications for renewals for the medical marijuana applicants. They are numbered 66 through 70 on the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Camargo. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any final questions or comments for Mr. Potvin? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and myself abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the applications for renewal by medical marijuana applicants numbers 66 through 70 on the agenda have been approved, 4 votes in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you. So now that we have gone through the renewals, Mr. Potvin, anything else on this section?
Not at this time, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, terrific. Now we're moving on to staff recommendations regarding final licenses. So, and as I understand it, the final licenses are also considered as a roster. There are 14 proposed final licenses on this month's agenda. Is any questions or comments before we hear from Mr. Potvin? I see Commissioner Roy's hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mine is more of a comment and a special recognition. At the beginning of the meeting, I did say special thank you to Noam and her team. She's the Director of Investigations. She, under her, has 6 investigative managers, 3 compliance officers, and 12 investigators, and they do an incredible job and incredible work. And each meeting, we receive the post-provisional license inspection reports. I read them cover to cover. I learned so much from her team, and previously, and I know we're approving final licenses, but previously I have had to, I have imposed a blanket condition on all provisional licenses around RVT training. It is mandatory. It is in Regulation 500-1052 and 501-1052. Since we as a commission have approved that blanket condition, the RVT completion certificates have poured in. I see them in the PPLIs, and the commission staff under NOAM has really enforced that. It is right in the PPLI that they are checking for these certificates, and they are confirming that these courses have been completed. I am going to lift that for provisional licenses today. I will no longer impose that because I see it in the PPLI reports, and for folks who are up for provisional license approval, I'll be looking for them in your PPLI report. So just because the condition will be lifted doesn't mean that our team will not be following up on those for 100% compliance. So again, thank you so much to Noam and her team for the great work that they do. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, so Mr. Potvin, would you please introduce the applicants for final licensure or final license?
Thank you. As you stated, Madam Chairwoman, there are 14 final licenses for your consideration, for the Commission's consideration today. Just a kind of a high-level review out of the 14, just to identify 2 of them. One, which is number 5 on this roster, is another micro business that's moving forward in our licensing process. And the item number 14, which is Western Front LLC, is an economic empowerment licensee that's also moving forward in our process. All of these licensees were visited by our investigations team. Inspections were conducted, and at this point, they are in full compliance with the Commission's regulations and are therefore recommended for final licensure.
Terrific. Thank you. So I understand, Commissioner Camargo, you wish to recuse from voting on Western Front. Is that correct? Okay, I see. Let the record show I got a thumbs up from Commissioner Camargo.
Yes.
So then I get my proposal then would be to break this up and do as a roster to approve applications number 1 through 13 on the agenda and then vote on Western Front separately. So any final questions or comments for Mr. Potvin? Okay. Hearing none, then I seek a motion to approve the proposed roster of final licensees, numbers 1 through 13 on the agenda. Okay, terrific. Nope. A motion made by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any last questions or comments for Mr. Potvin? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Self will abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the final license applications for the entities listed 1 through 13 on the agenda has been passed, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So with the recusal, my understanding is the custom is for the recusee to shut off their camera. Okay, terrific. And so let the record show that Commissioner Camargo is now out of the room. So I seek a motion to approve the final license application for Western Front LLC. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
And myself, I will abstain. So let the record show that the motion to approve the final license for Western Front LLC was approved. 3 in favor and 1 abstention and 1 recusal. Thank you. Okay, so anything else, Mr. Potvin, on the final approvals? Welcome back, Commissioner Camargo.
Not at this time, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay. So now we are on the provisional licenses, which we have 20 of. I know that we have been going for maybe 40 minutes now, but I did want to get a sense from commissioners. Should we take a break for lunch? Do you want to continue on for a little bit longer? What is the what's the preference of the commission?
Take a break.
Okay, lunch break, half an hour or more. I don't have a sense of half an hour. Okay. right, terrific. So then I guess I would seek a motion to recess for half an hour so we can all replenish ourselves. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, so for the record, the motion was made by Commissioner Concepcion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. On the motion, I assume there's no discussion or objection. Roll call vote, Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and myself. Yes, aye. Motion carries. See you in half an hour.
Christine. Oh.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a nice break. So is Mr. Potvin on? There he is. The most important person on the call. Okay, so now if everyone's ready, we are back on the record. 12:50. Terrific. So the next item on the agenda are provisional licenses, and we will consider each of these individually after a presentation from Mr. Potvin. We have 19 adult use applications and 1 medical marijuana treatment center to consider. So, and I understand that commissioners may have proposed conditions for consideration, which we will consider after the presentation of the applicant by Mr. Potvin. So, Mr. Potvin, can you please introduce the first application for consideration, Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as Up Top?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The applicant here is Beacon Compassion Incorporated, proposing to do business as Up Top. The proposed location is 1524 VFW Parkway, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments, conditions from the commissioners? Okay, here, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kim. I just had a quick comment on this applicant, and that was in regards to the positive impact plan. I didn't put a condition on here because it did satisfy our requirements, but I just wanted to know, and this is for any other potential applicants that come down the pipeline as well, is when you submit a positive impact plan, we're looking for plans that are unique to the cohort that you are trying to impact. This one was a little bit general and involved a few other areas that were not specific to the intended area of disproportionate impact. So I just wanted to make a note of that and encourage people in the future when you're providing a positive impact plan to make that plan specific to that intended area. And that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mine is not specific to Beacon, but to all provisional licenses in front of us today that, as I previously said, with the finals that I have removed the blanket condition surrounding RVT training, but I will be looking at every single PPLI report to make sure that all of you are in full compliance. So that's just a little friendly reminder on my end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you both for those comments. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay. Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application of Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as Up Top. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Any final questions, comments, discussion from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Myself abstain. So on the motion to approve the provisional license for Beacon Compassion Incorporated, doing business as Up Top, that motion That motion is approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. Next application is Cadella LLC. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you. The applicant here is Cadella LLC. The proposed location is 715 Washington Street, located in Quincy. This applicant is seeking a retail license, and this applicant also received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have a condition for this licensee. Cadella LLC, MRN 284556 retail. Prior to final licensure and upon receiving a commence operations notice, applicant shall ensure full compliance with consumer education material requirements in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, namely bullet 7, by adding the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Hotline. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce 2 proposed conditions for this license. The first being, prior to final application for licensure, contact the CCC Licensing Division for an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners' eligibility to support your activities. The second condition, proposed condition, is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider any strategy for outreach to residents of host disproportionate impact designated community of Quincy for employment, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11.
Any other conditions from commissioners? Comments or questions? Hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Cadella LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So I heard a motion from Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Bless you. Any final questions or comments, discussion from commissioners? Hearing none, then on the motion that has been seconded, I seek a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Myself abstain. So let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license of Cadella LLC, the motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. And the motion is, the approval was subject to the conditions imposed by both Commissioners Roy and Stebbins. Thank you. The next applicant we have is Canna Provisions Inc. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is Canna Provisions Incorporated. The proposed location is 1884 North Main Street, located in Sheffield. This applicant is seeking a Tier 2 outdoor cultivation license. Based on the outdoor cultivation license type that is being applied for, they did enjoy expedited review based on that license type. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
And I understand Commissioner Roy, you may have conditions to apply.
I do. Canna Provisions Inc., license number MCN 283454, cultivation tier 2 outdoor. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for outdoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-120-12I and as expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-120-14. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments, further conditions from any of the other commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the provisional license application of Canna Provisions, Inc., subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, specifically the one imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So,
Sorry.
No, I heard a motion from Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
self, I recuse or abstain, sorry. So on the motion to, please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license of Canna Provisions, Inc., subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, specifically conditions imposed by Commissioner Roy, the motion passes with 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So the next vote is the application for provisional license for Canna Bakery LLC, doing business as Puffin Penguin. I understand that Commissioner Roy may have a condition for them.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Canna Bakery LLC, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers. As it relates to quality control samples, licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-130-5K and is expressly enumerated in 935 500-139. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners or further conditions? I see Commissioner Camargo. Yes.
Just a comment. I want to just give them some kudos for, as part of one of their plans, they're doing profit sharing for employees. So again, just another reminder of how you can impact through your diversity plan and positive impact plan.
That's terrific. Thank you for flagging that, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions? Mr. Putman, did I see your hand?
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman, would you like an overview of the application?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
It's up to you, but
Yes, please.
But taking into consideration the fact that Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Camargo have already stated some conditions, some background on this applicant is one, their name is Canna Bakery LLC, again, doing business as or proposing to do business as Puffin Penguin. Their proposed location is 41 Fremont Street, Suite 1, located in Worcester. This application did get expedited review as it is a woman-owned business. Again, additional information is contained within the executive summary. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to those conditions before you and those already stated.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the provisional license of Canna Bakery LLC, doing business as Puffin Penguin, subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, specifically that articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Discussion? Hearing none on the motion that it has been seconded, take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And myself abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to Canna Bakery LLC, doing business as Puffin Penguin, that motion subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission including that imposed by Commissioner Roy. That motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Next, we have the application for provisional license by Elevated Roots 2 LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is Elevated Roots 2 LLC. Proposed location is 319 Monpont Street, located in Halifax. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to offer one condition for this provisional license application. One of the reasons I'm doing it is because I have seen a similar diversity plan from applicants over the last few months. Again, I implore our license applicants to make their diversity, make their positive impact plans your own. I really don't appreciate kind of the cut and paste work, but that aside, the condition I propose would be prior to final application for licensure, review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region, and not only based on overall state statistics in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 C8K.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments or additional conditions from my fellow commissioners? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license of Elevated Roots 2 LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, including that imposed by Commissioner Stebbins. So is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And myself will be abstaining. So let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license for Elevated Roots 2 LLC, the motion was passed, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. And the next applicant is Ember Gardens Cape Cod LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is Ember Gardens Cape Cod LLC. The proposed location is 41 Mass Route 6A, located in Orleans, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive expedited review on several fronts. One, because there is a social equity program participant associated with it, and it's also a woman and minority-owned business. Additional information contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, I believe you have a condition that you would like to impose.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I do for Ember Gardens Cape Cod LLC, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 1465, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education to ensure compliance. Consumer education materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Hotline. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, discussions? I see Commissioner Camargo. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I just wanted to point out, they definitely have some interns in the mix that they're going to be providing scholarships to. So I just wanted to, again, shout that out, and another avenue to bringing in, I guess, the next generation and folks who want to, intern in some of these places, but also providing them with a small stipend or a scholarship.
Thank you for pointing that out. Any other questions or comments, discussion from commissioners? Hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the provisional license of Ember Gardens Cape Cod LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any final questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none on the motion to approve the provisional license of Ember Gardens Cape Cod LLC, which has been seconded, we'll take a roll call vote. First, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Thank you. And myself, I will be abstaining. So let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license for Ember Gardens Cape Cod LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by Commissioner Roy, that motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So the next application for provisional license is EZ Delivery LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is EZ Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 90 Con Street, number 219, located in Northampton. They are seeking a marijuana courier license. This application did receive expedited review as it is 100% owned by a social equity program participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners for Mr. Potvin? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license for EZ Delivery LLC. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you very much. Any final questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Sorry, my mouse is not too happy today. Aye.
Okay, thank you. And myself, I'll be abstaining. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve a provisional license to EZ Delivery LLC, that motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the provisional license for Hybrid House LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is Hybrid House LLC. The proposed location is 55 Jackson Street, located in Holyoke. This applicant is seeking a product manufacturing license. The application did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, I believe you have a condition for this applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. For Hudson Botanical Processing LLC, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers. As it relates to quality control samples, licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935, 500, 130, 5K, and is expressly enumerated in 935 SAMR 500, 139. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, there was a little bit of confusion. I thought I heard you say Hudson Botanical Processing.
Oh, I did. I'm
That
sorry.
yeah,
It is hybrid. I'm sorry. It is Hybrid House. I did have a packet for Hudson Botanical though. So is that no?
I believe
Okay.
that was removed from the agenda on short
Oh.
notice.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me repeat, and just for clarity and edification, is it okay if I repeat this?
Absolutely. For hybrid
Okay.
house?
Yep, so it's Hybrid House LLC Product Manufacturing. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-130-5K and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-130. Thank you so much for letting me clarify.
130 parens 9. Can I make that, add that for you,
Yep.
Commissioner?
Mhm.
Okay, terrific. Any questions or comments, further conditions from the other commissioners? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license of Hybrid House LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, specifically that articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any final questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, seek a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
self abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license for Hybrid House LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, specifically that imposed by Commissioner Roy, that motion has been approved. 4 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. The next application for a provisional license is JBAM Inc. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is JBAM Inc. Proposed location is 71 Downey Parkway, Building A, located in Pittsfield. This applicant is seeking a product manufacturing license. They received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a condition.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. For JBAM Inc., prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-130-5K and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-130-9. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments or conditions from the other commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to JBAM Inc., subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, specifically including that imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Thank you. Any final questions or comments, discussion? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And I abstain. So please let the record show that the motion to approve the provisional license to JBAM Inc., subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, including specifically that imposed by Commissioner Roy, that motion has been approved. 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. The next licensee whose provisional license is up for approval is Lemonade Springfield LLC, doing business as Cookies. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is Lemonade Springfield LLC, proposing to do business as Cookies. The proposed location is 587-595 Main Street, located in Springfield. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the condition before you.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Potvin? Hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Lemonade Springfield LLC, doing business as Cookies, subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Any final questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And myself, I abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license of Lemonade Springfield LLC, doing business as Cookies, subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, that motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. The next application we have for approval is Pioneer Valley Trading Company LLC. There are a few applications for Pioneer Valley. So for this particular one, I'll identify the license number is M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283542. So, Mr. Potvin.
With your permission, Madam Chairwoman, I will present the 3 applications because they're all co-located.
Okay.
And then take separate votes if that's acceptable to you.
That sounds great. Thank you.
The applicant here is Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC. The proposed location is 99 Medeiros Way, located in Westfield. They are seeking 3 licenses, a Tier 5 indoor cultivation license, a product manufacturing license, and a retail license to be performed all at that single location. This applicant did receive expedited review as it is a veteran-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 3 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, so taking the cultivation license first, Commissioner Roy, you have a condition to impose?
I do, Madam Chairwoman, this condition will also be on their product manufacturing, but I can say that separately when we vote on that if you would prefer.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that would be the cleanest.
Okay. So for Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC, for their Tier 5 indoor cultivation, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-120-12I and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-120-14. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions or comments from other commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC, license number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283542, subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, not limited to the condition imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I'm sorry, Concepcion. Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion to approve the provisional license to Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC, license number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283542, which has been seconded. We'll seek a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Abstain. So let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to Pioneer Valley Trading Company LLC, license number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283542. That motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So the next one is Pioneer Valley, that license number M as in Mary, P as in Paul, N as in Nancy, 282092 for product manufacturing. Commissioner Roy, I believe you have a condition to impose.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and this is redundant, so I appreciate your patience as I read this again. Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC, this is for their product manufacturing license. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor product manufacturing as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-120-12I and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-120-14. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Pioneer Valley Trading Company LLC, license number M as in Mary, P as in Paul, N as in Nancy, 282092, subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, including but not limited to the condition imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will seek a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And myself, I abstain. So let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC, license number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282092. That motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. Next license for Pioneer Valley Trading, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC, license number M as in Mary, R, N as in Nancy, 284022. It's a retail license. And Commissioner Roy, I believe you have a condition to impose.
I do for Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 140. 6.5, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer education materials must include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Hotline. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Conditions from commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC, license number M as in Mary, R, N as in Nancy, 284022. Is subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, including but not limited to that imposed by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo, thank you. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will seek a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And myself abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to Pioneer Valley Trading Company, LLC, license number M as in Mary, R, N as in Nancy, 284022. That motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. The next application before us is for Seven Leaf Sisters Incorporated, doing business as Partake by Kind Lab. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Again, on this one, if you have no objections, I will do one presentation for both of those applications for Seven Leaf Sisters and then take separate votes.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant here is Seven Leaf Sisters Incorporated, doing business as Partake by Kind Lab. The proposed location is 385 Atlantic Avenue, located in Marblehead. They're seeking 2 licenses, a product manufacturing license and a retail license. Both of these applications receive expedited review as this company is a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll take the product manufacturing license first. Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a condition for this license?
I do, Madam Chairwoman. So for Seven Leaf Sisters Product Manufacturing, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just have a quick comment, and this is sort of a continuation from some of the comments that I had at our last meeting in April. I wanted to commend this applicant for being inclusive, specifically for those who have criminal records. Their positive impact plan included a provision for sealing education and support. So I just wanted to commend them for doing that and promoting an industry that includes people who have criminal records.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that, your comments. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, great. Hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Seven Leaf Sisters Inc., doing business as Partake by Kind Lab, license number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282166. Subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission, including that articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will seek a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Myself, I abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to Seven Leaf Sisters Incorporated, doing business as Partake by Kind Lab, license number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282166. That motion has been approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. The second license is to Seven Leaf Sisters Incorporated, doing business as Partake by Kind Lab. The license number is M as in Mary, R, N as in Nancy, 284552. I believe Commissioner Roy, you have a condition to impose on this license.
I do thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for Seven Leaf Sisters Inc. retail prior to final licensure and upon receiving a commence operations notice, applicant shall ensure full compliance with consumer education material requirements by adding the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Hotline and in accordance with 935 CMR 500-140 Section 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments or conditions from my fellow commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to 7 Leaf Sisters Incorporated, doing business as Partake by Kind Lab, license number M as in Mary, R, N as in Nancy, 284552. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Discussion? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Myself abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to 7 Leaf Sisters Incorporated, doing business as Partake by Kind Lab, license number M as in Mary, R, N as in Nancy, 284552. That motion has been approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So the next provisional license application we have before us is SQ Causeway, doing business as Causeway. Mr. Potvin. You're on mute.
My apologies. The applicant here is SQ Causeway, doing business as Causeway. The proposed location is 731 Main Street, located in Clinton. They are seeking a marijuana courier license. This application did receive expedited review as it is majority ownership held by a social equity program participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Any comments, questions, discussion, conditions from my fellow commissioners? Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to SQ Causeway, doing business as Causeway, subject to the conditions imposed by the Commission. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'm sorry. I believe the motion was made by Commissioner Concepcion. No?
I think it's Camargo.
Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy. Is there a, thank you for that, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stebbins. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And myself abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to SQ Causeway, doing business as Causeway, that motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Great. The next application we have before us is the Heirloom Collective Incorporated. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is the Heirloom Collective Incorporated. The proposed location is 87 Northfield Road, located in Berniston. They are seeking a retail license. This application received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Yes, so Commissioner Stebbins, I believe you have a condition, and then also Commissioner Roy. So Commissioner Stebbins, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My proposed condition on this license is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners' eligibility to support your activities.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Heirloom Collective Retail, Prior to final licensure and upon receiving a commence operations notice, applicant shall ensure full compliance with consumer education material requirements in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, namely bullet 7, by adding the telephone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Hotline. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for those conditions. Any other questions or comments, discussion, or conditions from my fellow commissioners? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to the Heirloom Collective Incorporated, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission, specifically and not limited to those imposed by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
And myself abstain. So let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to the Heirloom Collective Incorporated, that motion passed, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So the next 2 applications are to Winchendon Grows LLC. Mr. Putman, I assume you want to do these together and then we'll take the vote separately.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The applicant here is Winchendon Grows LLC. The proposed location is parcel 12-0-105 and 12-0-23 on Commercial Drive in Winchendon. They are seeking 2 licenses, a Tier 11 indoor cultivation license and a product manufacturing license. Both applications received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Questions or comments from the commissioners regarding, we'll take the cultivation tier 11, application first. Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Winchendon Grows LLC, license number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283628. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Thank you. Any final questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none, then on the motion that has been seconded, I will seek a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Myself abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to Winchendon Grows LLC, license number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283628. That motion passes, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. And then the second one, Winchendon Grows LLC, license number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282151, product manufacturing. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Conditions to be imposed? Hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the provisional license to Winchendon Grows LLC, license number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282151. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you again. Any final questions, comments, or discussion? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
myself abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to Winchendon Grows LLC, license number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282151, that motion carries 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. And then the last provisional license for the day, Native Sun Braintree LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant here is Native Sun Braintree LLC. The proposed location for all of their operations, which because of the nature of the license, it being a medical marijuana treatment center license, it is a vertically integrated license. They will be performing cultivation, manufacturing, and dispensing operations all at the same location, which is 1-2 Granite Street, located in Braintree. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of this license, subject to the conditions before you.
Any questions or comments on this application from Mr. Potvin? Okay, hearing none. I seek a motion then to approve the provisional license to Native Sun Braintree LLC, subject to the conditions imposed by the commission. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Thank you. Any further final questions, comments, conditions? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will seek a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Self abstain. So please let the record show that on the motion to approve the provisional license to Native Sun Braintree LLC, that motion carries 4 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So Mr. Potvin, does that conclude the applications for provisional licenses?
It does today. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
No, thank you very much for all of your assistance today, and as well to your team for all their hard work to put these materials together. So seeing no further licensing business before the commission, will now advance to the commission discussion and votes. And I see Commissioner Camargo, yes.
Can we take a 2-minute?
Oh, yes, absolutely. 5-minute break.
Oh, there you go. Even better.
Okay, 5-minute recess. Vote yes.
Yes.
Motion. I see a motion from Commissioner Concepcion, Commissioner Camargo.
Second.
Roll call vote, Stebbins,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
Concepcion, Camargo, myself, yes. Motion carries. Bye. See you in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Perfect. We are now all back. It is 1:52 p.m. And now we are now on the commission discussion and votes. So yes, I will, let's see. Nope, I have a little spiel to make. So the agenda today has 2 job descriptions for the commission's consideration. And I understand that while hiring authority has been delegated to the executive director, from time to time when a new position is to be created at the agency, the executive director will seek the commission's consideration and approval of those various roles. So, Mr. Executive Director, can you lead us through the discussion of these 2 roles?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I'm back. I promise this is the only slide I will go through. That said, there are 2 roles before you for your consideration today. I will take them in order. So the first is the creation of the role of Laboratory and Testing Manager. I guess to think through the structure of this role and the value it certainly will bring, I'd like to compare it to other departments or other groups throughout the agency. As you know, as you just heard from, we have Kyle Poppin, our Director of Licensing. We also have the role of Licensing Manager and then Licensing Specialist. In our investigations team, we have the Director of Investigations, Investigations Managers, and then investigators. And so that structure seems to be a really strong one throughout the agency. It's also something that makes a lot of sense from a career trajectory standpoint, as well as putting in place the right leadership capacities and making sure that we're able to, again, effectively manage the work in each unit and division throughout that, certainly that department or investigations and enforcement, but it also is something we've leveraged throughout the agency as well. For instance, in the constituent services operation, we have a director of constituent services, a manager, and then our constituent service associates. So this would be the creation of a laboratory and testing manager. Ultimately, the role itself would report to a director of testing, which is still to be filled, and then they will manage the work of the lab and testing analyst here at the agency. So I mentioned earlier, we do have 10 operational labs. We have others in the queue. And so I think building out a lab and testing team is really critical at this juncture of our agency's growth and maturity. It's also something that I think we've been thinking about for some time. And I give a lot of credit to the work of Genevieve Hall-Frisson, who's our singular lab and testing analyst right now. She is an asset to this agency and also traverses, she's in the role or occupying space as a policy analyst or advisor to a lot of folks. She's also in the field working side by side with our investigators and staff, also working with enforcement counsel, working directly with commissioners. It's important that we continue to build out those ranks, to add bandwidth, to continue adding resources here at the agency. So this would mirror the structure, but I think also be a great role to think through the internally career trajectories for some folks. And making sure we set up the right structure. So again, it would report to a director of testing. That director of testing would be the peers to the likes of Kyle, Noam, and Rebecca in our investigations and enforcement team. Certainly add to leadership ranks within the Algebi's team. But again, I think create the right structure and allow us to bring in additional bandwidth with lab and testing, which again, given the maturity of both the industry as well as our agency, this seems to be the right time to think through that. So you have the description before you. It's obviously something we'd like to bring into the agency, so I'm happy to take any questions on this specific role that any of you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Any questions from the commissioners? Okay, great. Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the role of laboratory and testing manager as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will seek a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Myself abstain. So let the record show that on the motion to approve the role of laboratory and testing manager as presented by Mr. Collins, that motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. So next is the job description for the Director of Human Resources. Mr. Collins, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This next role is for the creation of the Director of Human Resources role. We do have a Chief People Officer here at the agency that's really been serving in this capacity, at least from the arrival of that Chief People Officer. So again, as we grow as an agency, as we mature as a bureaucracy, it's important that we put some structure in place, but we also start to allow those senior leaders within the agency to be senior leaders. And I think expecting our Chief People Officer, as she is currently outfitted in the Human Resources Department, she wears a lot of hats. Anybody would in that capacity, and she's done so ably. It's important, again, that we build out those resources downward throughout the agency. Also thinking through and anticipating career trajectories for folks. So we have roles that have been created previously, such as Human Resources Generalist, Project Coordinator for HR, but I think it's setting in place that structure is really critical. It's also critical, though, that we allow those senior leaders to be and operate as senior leaders, strategic visionary partners for the agency. And so with the Chief People Officer reporting directly to me, this Director of Human Resources will be the operational head of HR and report to the Chief People Officer. So much like the previous role, the Director of Testing is really intended to be a policy thought leader and a strategic visionary partner for the Chief of Investigations. Here, the Director of HR would be certainly an operational partner for our Chief People Officer and bring in some necessary bandwidth for that department. So happy to present this to you, happy to take any questions you may have. And again, this feels like the right time to be building out that structure. So,
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Stebbins?
I just a quick comment. I couldn't agree more with the need to post for this position. I've had the chance to work with the Chief People Officer, and in fact, I think one of our internal promotions was somebody from her department moving over to another department. So between all of the hiring that we're doing, the jobs that we saw previously in the executive director's report, and just the nature of a larger organization, a more mature organization, I think it's important to beef up the resources and bandwidth in the department. So completely agree with the posting and creation of this job.
Any other comments? Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I just have to make a comment. Commissioner Stebbins, ditto. I'm fired up for these two roles because you all have heard me say this before. We need to think strategically, be intentional, think about succession planning. This is no longer a startup, right? And you know, our inaugural commissioners did an amazing job of creating this agency, and now we need to make sure it's sustainable. So, Mr. Executive Director, thank you so much, but also thank you for saying that our senior leaders need to be leaders. I think that's so key. You have an amazing team of smart people at this agency, and allowing them to step up and to lead with some of these new roles. It will allow them to do some of that stuff. So thank you for saying that.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I agree with my fellow commissioners wholeheartedly, and I just want to congratulate those who have had promotions, internal promotions from our agency, most recently May and Mercedes. And for those prior, I just want to say your hard work, it was recognized, and congratulations. And it's always great to see internal promotions.
Anyone else? Okay, well, terrific then. So if there are no more questions or comments, I would then seek a motion to approve the role of Director of Human Resources as presented by the Executive Director. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any last questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Myself abstain. So let the record show that on the motion to approve the role of Director of Human Resources as presented by Mr. Collins. That motion was approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. So seeing no other items for the commission discussion and votes, we'll advance the agenda to the new business not anticipated at the time of the agenda posting. And I'm not aware of any other business that was not anticipated when the agenda was posted. So now we will advance to adjournment. And so I guess before adjourning, I do want to alert the public to the commission's next anticipated meeting, which is, as you see on the slide here, June 9th is the next monthly public meeting, remote via Teams, starting at 10 a.m. I do want, before we end, I want to take the liberty of thanking commissioners for hanging in there with me today and seeing me through this, my first public meeting, and then of course all the work and engagement that was clearly reflected in your comments today, especially Commissioner Concepcion with respect to the return to work, and speaking from my experience with the Treasury, return to work is just it's a challenge, and you know, I am heartened by your involvement with it, and I know that will, to the extent that we start to bring people back in, it will be done in a very thoughtful manner that takes into consideration the feelings of our employees, and so anyway, thank you for that.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you for a phenomenal meeting today too. Welcome, officially.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so then at this point, I would seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Camargo, second by Commissioner Roy. I assume no objections or questions or comments, so on a roll call vote, Commissioner Stebbins.
Great job today, Madam Chair. I'll vote aye.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Job well done, Madam Chair. I vote aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Great job again. Welcome again, Chairwoman. Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. I have to say this in my native language. Muchísimas gracias. And that means thank you. And
De nada the correct?
Yes.
Response? Okay, de nada.
Absolutely. So, and I on the adjournment.
Okay, and I will vote aye for maybe, yes, my only substantive vote. So thank you everyone who attended from the public and hung on all this time. We do appreciate it. Hey, terrific. With that, motion, meeting adjourned.
Bye, everyone.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.